Hands, are we the baddies?
Hello everyone, good morning, happy Saturday, and welcome to Bob Plays Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts on Legendary Difficulty. I'm Bobtheorc, and this is episode 19 of Kaiser Bob, where we're going to be Saturday morning baddies. And, I see Slav on Discord. Let's go hop on Discord here. Hey Slav, I see your microphone's muted, but good morning. Or I guess for you it's probably evening, because you're what, probably about 12, 13 hours ahead of me. But, so good afternoon, good evening to those of you in the faraway eastern parts of the world. I know it kind of wraps around the sphere and all that. And if you think the world is flat, then Vorgath will have some words with you. So, today, we're going to go do some bad things before work. And we are currently fighting the USA, and we're still at war with Britain, because we're slowly omnoming Britain. And it's been a little while since I played this, about a week or so. When was the last time I played this? Let's look back at the YouTubes. August 26th. Oh, wow, it's been like 2 weeks. That's right, because I was doing some USA casually over Labor Day weekend. That's right. Anyway, let's go check our research, kind of catch up on what we were doing. We have the new rangefinders, right on. Coincidence 3, very nice. We'll have our guns coming soon, our Mark III 4-inch guns. Better shells. All right, so we got some stuff coming along in about 3 months, and then I think we should have, and we'll have better armor soon too. And I think we have our Marauders coming along. The first of them will be in 4 months. That'll be good. That'll be good. All right, so let's go see what's going on the planet here. Hope everybody's doing well. No real big news other than I've just been super busy, so I'm not streaming quite as consistently. I've been doing some low magic age recently just because that doesn't require quite as much thinking. A lot of times when I get done with work, I'm super tired. I want to play a game or hang out, but I just don't have a lot of energy left. The Brits are getting just wrecked. I mean, we got Australia left, and we have, what's this convoy here? No, we're not going to do that. I don't want to deal with a battleship. We probably need to finish wrapping up. Do the British have any allies? I don't think they do. I think we've pretty much taken care of them. They don't even have that many options left. Thailand, Cayman Islands. So the Cayman Islands are right here, I think, and they're not worth very much, but we could get them out of the Caribbean and just be done with that. Thailand is nice. I don't know if I have enough stuff here, and hopefully I can land invade Thailand and get my army off their butts. I know they sometimes, the army does useful things. And we're busy fighting the U.S. over here, so I think I don't have the assets for that. So let's go wrap up the Cayman Islands, I think. Just because that's going to... Because I have ships over there already, right? Yeah, these guys are going to take care of that. So let's go take the Cayman Islands. That way we can launder money. Because that's what they do in the Cayman Islands, isn't it? And... there we go. That'll take care of that. I actually don't know how to launder money. If anybody does, I'd like to renovate my my bathroom. So I will totally launder some money. No, actually, I would probably just get caught and get in trouble. We'll renovate the bathroom later. All right, so I think that probably wraps all that up. And we've got all these ships here. My guys are trying to form a picket to stop them. So we ought to probably get you guys a little bit closer to the... Oh, wait. Are you beat up? You are kind of beat up, actually. Might be a good idea for me to... 22%. It depends on what's coming down this way. That's a lot of ships. Maybe we ought to... That's a pretty serious fleet. I don't really want to fight that with what I've got. I mean, unless we group them all together and form a big fleet, and that might be the best way to do it. Just get a big-ass fleet of ships. Because these are 1903s. And my patrol ships are currently... I think we have an upgrade, don't we? And I think we have the tiny jalapenos. Yeah, we got 1905 patrol ships that we need to probably upgrade. I guess the tiny jalapenos are in the American campaign. That's right. We have the Lorenzo destroyers. These things are pretty badass, actually. I've been quite happy with those. Yeah, for what they are. For what they are. Do we have any refits going on? I don't think we do. I think we're just building Marauders right now. Got some repairs and... Yeah, we're mostly just trying to finish up the Marauders, and then we'll... And then we'll do a further upgrade in a few months on the better armor and stuff, I guess. That's probably what we're gonna have to do, because yeah, we'll get Krupp 2 here. 75, 95. It's a pretty sizable upgrade. Alright, so how are we going to deal with... It's just a lot of stuff. These guys, they're damaged a little bit. I mean, I could form a big... A lot of these guys are kind of beat up. And they're not really made to... That's an angry fleet. How many ships? The Americans still have a lot of ships. Brits are screwed, but the Americans have a lot of ships. I've got a lot of ships too. I've got a crap ton of ships. Although most of these battleships are actually invasion ships. So, what I think we're going to do is we're going to have all you guys go into Cape Town and repair. I'm going to lose some transports, but I want to make sure that these guys can group up, because we're going to need to have kind of a bigger... Let's get all of you guys gathered up into Cape Town, and then we're going to make a concentrated assault. As far as you guys go, you're all... We're going to have a big fight over here. That's fine. Alright, what's going on in the Pacific? We've got some torpedo boats doing torpedo boat things. I got... These guys are fueling up. I don't think I have a lot in the... I got 29 destroyers in the Pacific. I got this schmuck that we're trying to chase down. I don't know if the destroyers can take him or not. I might be able to. That is a big cruiser. That's kind of a big cruiser. Let's see if we can catch him and harass him a little bit. Meanwhile, these guys... Let's see if we can just sort of harass him a little bit and catch him. At least to try and protect our... shipping out here in the Pacific. I could send some of these destroyers out. I don't know how many destroyers I have out here in the east. I don't see any destroyers out here. I just see a bunch of torpedo boats and stuff. It might be worthwhile to send some destroyers over here just to kind of help out. So I think I've got enough for the Pacific. How much tonnage do I have in the Pacific? I've got 29,000 tons. Not really quite enough. I've got these 15 in the Gulf of Alaska. Let's send you guys over to... the Pacific. And you guys are getting kind of beat up. Now, as far as taking... I'd like to grab this territory. Got 2,900. I've got more soldiers, so I can probably take them out. And I think they're probably 63 versus 100. So my army logistics is better. So I'm actually in pretty good shape. Let's see here. I knew I should have opened up a laundromat instead of a computer store. Thanks, JP. Alright, so... These guys, they probably need to repair a little bit also. We're going to have some repair problems next turn, but that's alright. And then we're going to have to whittle down the American Navy. Ooh, that's a lot of... I don't want to deal with that. I really don't. Do not want, because we're just going to invade their ass, and there's no reason to fight them. There's no reason to fight these guys either, because we're just dropping off. These holy assault ships are my German taxi service. We're going to drop off troops, and apparently they did not like that, so we're going to run away like we are French. very interesting gun placements in many ways. I've always found naval architecture to be super interesting. I'd like to think I could design a better ship than what they've got in some of these pictures, but I also have 100 years of history to look back on at what worked and what didn't, so... Alright, so we are far away. So let us... let's just try retreating the old-fashioned way. And hopefully we can just get out of here. Because there's no point in fighting that third-party country. Because, you know, whittling down their ships, I mean, it'll help. But these are not the guys to do it. So, yeah, we're just going to peace out. Drop off our soldiers on the beaches and leave. That's what I did in that Russian campaign where I was fighting against those overwhelming Japanese ships. Get an invasion going, put enough ships in the invasion area, and just keep running away until we conquer the territory. Mission successful! Alright, I'll sink the transports, boop. I'll sink your transports, boop. And we're gonna run you away. Uh-oh. Oh, you got some destroyers. This might be a problem. Hopefully we don't start too close. We'll see. It was about 8 o'clock. Yeah, I've got a couple hours I can play. We don't open the shop till noon today, so I've got a little bit of time. And you are going to run, Luke, run. And 30 knots, so he's going to be hard to catch. I'm getting a lot of mileage out of these torpedo boats. They're not that expensive to maintain. My enemies have to deal with them, and I can just run away. I think strategically they are super, super useful. And this is one of the gun yachts where I've got like a bunch of cannons, but compared to the destroyers, they're not really that. They're not that useful. I might upgrade these at some point, but I don't know if it's worth it because then they'll just get more expensive. And right now, these are a super cost-effective option. So I probably ought to just leave it alone, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay. That guy has some really large medals on his chest. Alright, so this guy... He's got... What does he have on him? He's got 8 single-barreled 7.8-inch guns. That's a little intimidating, actually. These guys are my 1905, so I've got more firepower across all of them. So I should be all right. All right, let's do this. Thanks for always being entertaining, JP. How come you're not on Discord today? Are you still having some internet issues, or did you get that all sorted out? All right, so we have an awful lot of ships. So you guys are going to group up with him, and you guys are going to group up with him, and you guys are going to group up. Alright, so that is an awful lot of destroyers that I wasn't quite ready to deal with. I may just run this in 2 groups. That is a lot of destroyers. But it's only 1 cruiser that we're fighting against. I know I should probably group these up more because their main powers their frontal gun. I think it'll be alright. So, let's have you guys you guys are going to go looking for trouble. And then when you find it, my cruisers will support you while you evade. Alright, so you are over there somewhere. And you guys are still coming into play. Alright, so there we go. So you guys found the cruiser 6 kilometers away. Let's see what this guy has on him. He has... Oh, that's interesting. He's got dual 6.6s here, front and back. That's interesting. He's got these big... These are really large casemate guns. What the hell? Look at those honking things. 4 to a side. Alright, so those are going to be quite unpleasant. He's got all these little... He's got all these little guns, and the torpedoes have a nearly 4 kilometer range. That's a little bit frightening. What's my torpedo range? I have 3 kilometers. I really don't want to get that close. So, yeah, we're going to veer off that way. And you guys are going to sort of... You're going to sort of angle off that way also. Shit. That hurt. Well, you are going to retreat. Yeah, when you guys get hit, you're going to just peace out. And then as far as these cruisers go, You're actually leaving, aren't you? Alright. Start heading more this way. How fast are you going? You're going 21 knots. This guy's actually going to be a little tough to hunt down because he's faster than my cruisers. He's enough of a threat. Alright. I just need to get my... But up close in the brawl, I think my guys are going to do well. So we're going to turn you this way and try and angle in. And we're going to use our destroyers to try and corral them towards you. Because you're not going to like this. I mean, you're going to take a beating. Especially as I start getting closer. Alright, let's adjust course on the cruisers. Yeah, we're getting towards 6 kilometers. Let's start taking more. So we can give you all the guns. And then the destroyer's going to keep circling around. Saint 2.9 is doing its job. There we go. Now we're just going to start ripping you up. And we'll start kind of closing the distance. Yeah. Because now he's having a lot of trouble. And these guys are going to turn and kind of double back. And just keep pounding him. Yeah, he's just slowly going down. And I'll come out without taking too many losses. I got that destroyer out of there in time, so this will be alright. Yeah, he's having a bad time of things. And these 5-inch guns are doing, you know, they're alright. I'm getting some hits with them. But up close, the 2.9's winning the brawl, and those 9-inch guns are so nice. Yeah, I understand, JP. You're just playing it safe. 22 sailors versus 569. I will call it a win. And we got our experience points, mostly. Yeah. Alright, so... Now that we caught this guy out in the sea, I don't know if I really want to fight him after what that other one did to me. We're going to give it a try. He's trained. We're cadets. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I got 9 of these. So I got 9. So I've got basically 18 5.9-inch guns. That last guy was a little tough to take down. So I'm not so sure. I'm going to give it a try. My gut feeling is I'm going to take a lot of damage, but we're going to give it a try. I'll save it. Maybe we can take this out. This is going to be a little tough. So I may this may be a blunder. I may have to go redo this and run away instead. But let's give it a try and Let's give it a try and see what we can do. Why is my solid state drive getting so hot? That's weird. Give me just a moment. I want to check something real quick. Hold on. See if that helps. For some reason, my main solid state drive is just running a lot hotter than it should. I think it's in the early stages of failure, which is weird because I just put this thing in like 6 months ago, a year ago, and was running a lot hotter than it should. So I'm going to pull the side panel off my case. We'll see if that helps. Alright, so these guys, straight ahead. Alright, let's see what we can do. I mean, these aren't really made to go toe-to-toe against cruisers, but I've got 9 of them. I might be able to, if I get lucky early on, maybe. They really aren't made for this, though. They're really more kind of standoff and support ships. But let's see if we can... You are just coming right on in, aren't you? Okay. Alright, where's your armor the weakest at? The front. The forebelt is the weakest. And the superstructure all around is pretty weak, so... And we're catching about 7.3 kilometers. Ouch. Is that a bad hit, or... It's not so bad. Let's try going armor piercing and seeing. Now we got to be careful because you've got 3.8 kilometer torpedoes. So you've got better torpedo range than I do. We got a good hit in. So maybe the armor-piercing 5.9s, I mean, these are practically 6-inch guns. These are practically light cruiser guns. So I'm kind of running these destroyers similar to how I would a light cruiser. We're just going to keep just circling this guy, trying to get... I mean, we're actually hitting him pretty good. Now on his side belt... His main belt is 6.5 inches plus 78%, so it's, you know, like 10 inches of armor. And this will just about do it. And we got to get in kind of close, but I mean, we are... Let's go back to auto and see what... Now his torpedoes are used up. We blew out his torpedoes. So now what we can do is, let's see, shift right click. Now we can move in and maybe torpedo him. We may not need to, actually, because he's... What's your speed at? 12 knots? He's got some damage and stability. Torpedo ran out of gas. Why are you dodging? He doesn't have torpedoes to shoot. Something happened. Unless it's my own torpedoes. We're going to turn off the torpedoes. Torpedoes aren't doing any good. Because your damage and stability has got to be really high, yeah. Because once we're inside that 2,500 meters, we're going to penetrate pretty good. I mean, he'll screw us if we get hit, but there we go. That worked out really well. That's a lot better than I thought. And we got some lucky hits early on that probably did it. That went really well. Oh, you know what occurred to me? My solid state drive's right underneath my video card. That's probably why. Hey, Slav. Yeah, I saw you in Discord earlier, but you didn't answer anything. Okay, you're doing the Rusted Warfare. How's that going? Go fighting the Malians? Alright, that worked pretty well. A lot better than I thought it would. Lost a few transports, sank a bunch of American transports. Don't have Marauders for you, sorry. I got some of that. Alright. Let's see what... I mean, these destroyers are really good. I don't want to fight against a battleship. I just don't. Good job, Slav. Very good. Alright, so we have... Do we have any ships that are suspended? Because my repairs are not as much as I thought they would be, but then again, probably some of the other ships finished repairing. So that's all go... This guy is suspended, that's why. Okay. We got a bunch of other repairs going on. So I can't really start up the Marauder again, because it's like... No, I don't have enough tonnage for that. Are those like anti-tank turrets, Slav? Because those would probably hurt. Alright, where do we want to invade? We can go after US proper. But the US has a lot of allies. Belgium, Argentina, and Sweden. Alright, so Belgium is... They're going to get nailed. I got the naval invasion. Oh, these guys are still making it over there. 241,000 tons? Are you guys just really slow to get there? 36. I don't have enough tonnage. Oh, this is going to be 15. Alright, I gotta get... So you guys are going to have to get your butts in here to help with 75,000 tons. Because that's going to be 8... I need a lot of tonnage up here pretty quick, actually. Alright, so we're going to send my whole flotilla up here. So Brazil's going after that. They're going after Venezuela. So they've got 10,000 tons. I don't think... I'm gonna have to divert these guys. How long will it take for you guys to get down there? Take one turn. Alright, so we're gonna send you guys down there, which I don't know if I believe. You guys are gonna go... try and hit that. You guys are doing fine there. So I could go and take Venezuela. That's a lot of money. I could let the Brazilians fight over it. We have Argentina and Sweden. So Argentina, we're taken out. If we can get southern Brazil and is that Paraguay or is that... No, Paraguay is inland. So okay, so we're... Let's see. Let me go catch up on the... So the max artillery does 4,800 damage, or 500 hit points, 3,000 maintenance to the shield. Oh, wow. So it looks like they still did a lot of damage to you, though. Yeah, opening my side panel dropped my solid-state drive temperature by 8 degrees. Maybe I need to leave the side panel open for gaming. Maybe I'll rig up a dust filter for it or something. I mean, I could send these guys down to try and take out South America. I try and take Venezuela. So we are going after... We're going after Sweden here. I could get... I'm in a position to take northern Norway, which I probably ought to do. And that would just block off this whole coast, because I really want to just deprive you of all your allies. Alright, so we're going to go for northern Norway, I think. Oh wait, but I need some sort of invasion in the US to maintain the war. So, how long would it take to get Venezuela? 35,000. Let's get Venezuela. We're gonna get Venezuela actually, because we do need to maintain some sort of war going on. I need 35,000 tons. I could just leave a couple of ships here and send... So I need 6,000. I could leave 10,000 tons behind. I could leave 2 patrol ships. Alright, so you guys... I'm going to go here. I'm just going to leave 2 patrol ships behind and 2 torpedo boats. That will take care of that. And then you guys are going to start heading down that way, just to kind of ruin whatever you've got going on. And then these 14 destroyers, that's a lot of... Those guys are leaving, which we're going to let them leave. Let's see if we can nail that. I'd love to be able to catch those destroyers there. Oh, you know what? I should have invaded Maine. We'll do that later. Alright, so... And you guys are sending a bunch of stuff off this way. What do I have in the North Sea? I've got... Not that much. Oh, I've got some destroyers here. I've got a lot of stuff in the Baltic, so I'm in a pretty good spot here. We'll be able to omnom Sweden. So and as far as these guys coming around the corner, you guys have a lot of repairings to do. That's an awful lot of ships. 8 cruisers and a lot of destroyers. Do I have enough to mount a counter? Yeah, I can. These are 1903s, some 1905s, so it's kind of a mixed bag. But I think I can hit them. Now, I probably ought to send these guys over to deal with Argentina, but it'll take me a couple turns to get there, and I can't neglect my stuff too much. 5 torpedo boats. These guys aren't doing anything here, really. And I'm running out of stuff to attack. So I think I'm just going to put you guys in the West Indian Ocean on Protect. I don't know how much that'll help, but maybe it'll help a little bit. I've got a bunch of stuff up here in the Arabian Sea. Where are you at? 7 torpedo boats here. We're going to just put you guys on Protect also, and maybe it'll help lower... So that's all my stuff right there, just blocking off the Mediterranean. Now, as far as all this mess goes, we've cleared these guys out. So I can... This is being really problematic for Greece. Because I can't attack the Turks. I'm not at war with the Soviets. There's just not a lot I can do there. I control pretty much everything else in here. I could send these guys out to start trying to mess with Western Sweden. So I think I want to take out Sweden first. And then we'll go after the US proper. Alright, so... So you guys, let's meet up right there. And let's have you guys meet up right there. And I've got a bunch of battleships here too. These are the Guardians. These guys are in pretty good shape. These are 1905s. So other than when I refit them with the new stuff, they're in pretty good shape. And I'm not going to have time to refit them immediately. So we should probably get these guys engaged. Whoops. Let's see what the... What do the 1905s have? The Guardian. So these are, other than the newest stuff that I haven't developed yet, these guys are as good as it gets. So, yeah, we're gonna... let's see here. Each mech costs... spam more space stations. So Slav, can you drop stuff from orbit with the space stations, or not really? I think these Guardians need to get into the fight. So let's have you guys... I don't know where I'm going to put you yet. I can put you in the Bay of Biscay. We can do that. It'll take you a turn to get there. We'll just have you stationed in La Carina, and then you're in a good spot to do whatever I need to do. These guys have finished taking this over. What do we have? These are the only guys we have here. So let's have you go down here and try and catch some stuff. This is probably okay-ish. And... we could probably refit a couple of patrol boats to the 1905s. Nope, I guess we got them all. Then I'm not going to worry about it. We are going to just go and... you know what, screw it, we're just going to max out our tech. We can eat the 10 million. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we got. I do not want to fight all of you guys. I'm just going to go take over your country. So... goodbye to that. And I don't want to fight the... I don't want to fight the Argentinas, because that's a lot of... I mean, 16... I probably could take them out, but that's a lot of ships. I think we're just going to withdraw from that. I mean, that's an awful lot of ships. I mean, this would fix a lot of my... it'd fix a lot of my invasion problems, but that's... ...1904s. 1905, I mean, I've got a big chunk of ships here. I could maybe take all these out. These battleships would really hurt. They're cadets. He's trained, green. A lot of cadets. My guys are regulars. I might do it, actually. I'll take a lot of damage. So you don't want to deal with the radioactive aftermath, Slav? I'm going to be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to think about this, because that's going to be a big fight. But it might be cool. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Hey, Shadow Wolf. Yeah, I've got my my friend who stays with me sometimes. When he passes through town, he's now off to go camping, and he's loading up his car full of all the camping shit he's been stockpiling in my guest rooms, which I guess it'll be nice to have an empty guest room again. On the other hand, I'm not sure I was going to fit it all in his car. But, alright, I think we're going to go ahead and do this. Because if we can knock out a chunk of these ships, that's going to make invading Argentina a lot easier. So let's see if we can take that. This is going to be a real pisser of a fight, though. Oh my god, it's a storm! Really? Oh my... But it'll mess with them too. Actually, my guys are more trained than theirs. Maybe the storm's alright. Oh, I do not want to deal with a fucking storm. Alright, we'll see how this works out. It'd be really nice if they told me what the weather is before I agreed to the battle. That would be lovely. I don't know enough about Rusted Warfare to really do. I mean, if you've got better weapons, I would try to stand off and hit them at a distance. If you have better tech, but that's sort of more my, I prefer to. I mean, I think that's always safer. If you can destroy something at a distance, that's what I would do. I know a lot of people like to brawl it out, but if you can outrange them and just keep picking away at a distance, I mean, but it also depends on. I mean, what do your space stations do? Can you drop? If you can drop stuff down from orbit, I mean, you probably want a combination of things. It also depends on how you like to play it, But yeah, if you've got the better technology, I would fight at a distance where you'll have a better advantage. If you don't have better technology, then you might have to get in close and brawl it out. I've got a huge advantage on stuff. If your space station's going to drop 100 missiles, I mean, space the ultimate high ground. So maybe you just build a crap load of space stations, just orbital bombard them. If you can pull that off, then go for it. Because, dropping stuff from space is still fighting at a distance. But whatever tactic you use, you want to do something that gives you an advantage that your enemy doesn't have, So I've got parity on battleships. I'm gonna out battleship him. I mean, I've got a lot more stuff. We should be fine. This is gonna be such a. I don't know how I'm gonna control this many fucking ships. I have no idea how I'm going to handle all this. Alright, this is going to be a real pain in the ass. I should auto-resolve it, actually. Oh my, I have so many fucking ships. We're going to group all the battleships together. We're going to try this a little. I'm going to group all the cruisers together. These two torpedo boats we're going to run away. And these are all. I have so many fucking destroyers. I should well, I don't want to auto-resolve because I always get screwed in the auto-resolve. I don't know how I even control this many ships. So I think what I have to do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're gonna break these up into... Oh, son of a bitch, really? Alright, so we're gonna... So you got 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so we've got these groups here. I've got 14 battleships, which are going to be my main battle line. These guys, these cruisers... Now, I could have a group of destroyers go and scout, and then have my other guys go and just provide fire support at a distance, and that might be how I do it. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Organizing this battle is going to be the worst part. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna have you guys. Alright, so I'm gonna have you guys all follow. Tight, tight, tight. So have you guys all follow. Then these destroyers, I'm going to have you guys hanging back. You're going to follow this cruiser at the back. And then this guy, this group here, these are going to be the scouts. Alright, so you guys are going to go there. These guys are going to go there. And let's hope this works. Let's see here. Alright, let me, give me just a moment here to see what you got going on. Let's go pull this up here. All right, Slav, what do you got? So are the green you guys? Or is that yeah, so the green are you guys. Why don't you, and then the purple's the aliens. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you could just blast their base from a distance, those mechs look kind of cool. This is actually kind of badass. It has kind of a StarCraft feel to it, sort of. Yeah, so I mean, whatever you're doing seems to be working. You know, the big thing is you've just got to be able to take out the enemy, your enemy base. You know, if you can attrition their forces, and then take out the enemy base at a distance, while you wear down their forces. You know, you want to destroy their means of production. And then just, you know, I'm not super good at these big battles. There's just so much to keep track of. But from what it looks like that you've got going on, if you can wear down their, you know, their troops and keep them from getting to your stuff, and if you can go destroy their major means of production so that you have a manufacturing advantage, then you should be all right. All right. I'm going to get back to my battle, and then we'll go check you out some more. So, all right, let's go figure out how to do this. Because basically what I'm trying to do here, and this is going to be such a giant clusterfuck of ships, because getting my ships sorted out is going to be a real pain in the ass. But maybe this will work out. So I just need to go find the enemy ships, and then just start blasting them from a distance. And I'll use my destroyers to spot. And this would be like in your case, if you can use your stealth ships to spot, and your long-range weapons just start blasting them. I don't know quite how the mechanics of your game work that well. But a lot of times in conflicts, if you can identifying the target is harder than blowing it up, you know. There we go. So that's going to be their battleships. But yeah, if you can identify their target, you know, the target you need, start taking them out. These are Mark I guns. And not great armor. You know, then you have some advantage. So we're going to have my whole fleet go off at an angle like this, because I've got all this mess of stuff, and we want to somewhat keep our distance, at least for now. And then these destroyers, oh wow, this is already really bad. This is already really bad. So you're gonna pop smoke and retreat. So like in this case, what I'm trying to do here You know, I've got my battle fleet, which has a lot of firepower, and the weather's crappy, and so if I can maintain some, you know, if I can keep them spotted, I don't want them to get too close. These cruisers have 0.6 kilometer torpedoes. Really good armor. That has the 3.8 kilometer torpedo. So I want to avoid having too much trouble. Using a screen of yeah, this is probably just not gonna work out. Because I don't know how fast I'm hurting the enemy ships. But, you know, I'm just using my scouting force to identify targets. Now, in your case, you're fighting a lot of infrastructure, so you've got to be able to take out, you know, in these real-time strategy games, you've got to be able to take out their, you know, their production capacity. Oh, shit balls. Yeah, this might be a really bad... Yeah, because I'm getting my ass kicked here. Yeah, this is just not ideal at all. So we're going to exit. We're going to reload this. This is too much for me to try and keep track of all at once. The battle's too big. I'm going to lose a lot of ships, and it's not going to be fun. So we're not going to worry about that fight. I mean, numerically I've got an advantage. It's just that there's not really any point in fighting these guys.
Especially not in a storm.
Yeah. And it's just so much to keep track of. I'll spend hours dealing with this one pointless battle. I mean, the argument to do the battle is because it'd be a cool battle I'm streaming, but this is just going to be frustrating and irritating. It's just not. I don't think it's worth it, so we're just going to reload it. Because I can already see this is going to be a giant pain in the ass. And it's my invasion fleet. It's not like it's actually meant for fighting lots of stuff. I bet 2 of my Marauders, if they were built, would take out that whole fleet better than my my invasion ships, or 3 of my Marauders. So let's go withdraw. There we go. Yeah, let's just do that.
How are you doing this fine Saturday morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I've got a few hours before we open the shop. I went to bed early last night. I was so tired the last few days just trying to help my friend's kid move. You know, my friend who died a while back. I've been trying to help his kid out. and I guess there's problems with the kids' roommates, and cops got involved, and it was a mess. I've just been so tired. Plus, it's the busiest time of year for me, so I've just been wiped out. So I've just been sleeping a lot more. You know, just do the work I need to do, sleep a lot. I don't want to push myself too hard and get sick. Alright, so we got 2 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers against one of their cruisers. So let's go look for trouble. But yeah, so I've just been kind of take it easy, you know, getting all my work done and just slow and steady progress. That's what gets you ahead in life. And you know, the big thing is you gotta, at least with the way my business works, I've got to make the money now during the back to school season during the fall, because then once Thanksgiving hits, it's like all my business just cuts off. You know, suddenly people are getting ready for the holidays, all my consulting projects wind down, and then you know, then in the spring everything starts getting busy again. There you go. Hello, Mr. Light Cruiser. What kind of light cruiser are you? You look like a semi-armored cruiser. You are a semi... Those big old derpy guns. Look at that. He's got pretty good armor for a light cruiser. Alright. Let's go take care of you.
Yep. I'm thinking, yeah, it looks like Cracker Barrel has officially become a cultural meme now.
Well, I mean, it kind of always has been.
But you know, one story I saw yesterday regarding the city of Austin, spending over $1 million.
Oh, on just a chain of sign, yeah, it's...
Yeah, and for what's the first headline I see when I go online this morning? City of Austin pulls a Cracker Barrel.
And then they went and well, I mean, it's like the GameStop stuff. I mean, when it's not your money, Milton Friedman would always talk about it's a lot easier to spend other people's money. And, you know, there's no accountability. They don't have to worry about it. The taxpayers don't give a shit because they're not paying attention. They're too busy listening to whatever the news tells them on national politics, that they don't pay attention to what's going on locally. Oh yeah, you're just getting screwed. And these are the kind of battles I like, where I've got a huge localized advantage, like 4-on-1, and just just whittle down their ships like one ship at a time. I really don't like these decisive pitched battles because there's too much at stake.
And they take forever.
And they're a pain in the ass to control. I really prefer small ship battles like this. Now, like on a top-down, you know, something like where Slav's doing on his Rusted Warfare, where you can control things a lot easier, and you got a mini-map, and you can kind of, you know, maybe that's a little bit different. But I think in this game, it really, you can do the big pitched battles, but I really think that the smaller skirmishes, well, and actually in warfare, like in actual warfare, it's not, you know, the pitched battles don't happen very often. It's like, you know, you had in World War II, like the Battle of Kursk, the largest tank battle in history, and you had D-Day, and you had all these big things. But really, what defeated the Germans was just the grinding away, the Americans grinding away at the factories, and the Soviets grinding away at their... Well, actually, the Soviets lost a shitload of soldiers, too. But, you know, just that grinding away. And And if you look at modern warfare, like what's going on in Ukraine, a lot of the casualties are just, small engagements grinding away at the enemy. And because big decisive maneuvers are very risky and they're hard to coordinate. There's so many things that can go wrong, whereas just simply organizing a small strike against a target, even in like mech work, when we're playing mech work, just having your big blob of mechs blast into the other big blob of mechs, that can really go either way. It's when you find somebody that's isolated, 3 of your mechs take out their one guy that's isolated, and you just pick them off one at a time, and that seems to be a much more consistent way to win the fight. And then you end up taking out an enemy without suffering hardly any casualties. And so I really prefer the slow, methodical war of attrition rather than the big decisive battles. In World War II, Japan was always trying to go for those big decisive battles, Pearl Harbor and Midway and Guadalcanal. Is that, they were going for these big things, and a lot of what was happening on the American side was just picking off stuff a little bit at a time. Alright, so what do we have here? We got 2 cruisers, 2 destroyers, 2 torpedo boats versus... See, like this right here, this is a fight that I can endorse, right? It's a nice small fight. I've got a big advantage in ships. And, so I think, something kind of small like this where we're going to take out 6 of their ships. I'm very confident I'm going to take them out. I'm not going to suffer any casualties. I'm going to have my torpedo boats run away. Are these the gun yachts? They kind of are. Alright, we'll let you guys all play together. I probably shouldn't. And I think you guys were going to detach. And I'm going to have... I'm going to have you guys sort of follow. And just kind of... Oh, there's a destroyer. Oh, damn it. Alright, let's go group all... We're going to have you 2 guys detach out. What the hell, game? God damn it! Would you not fucking... I just want to detach the 2 fucking ships that I'm selecting to detach. Thank you the fuck very much. What the hell? That's turning into a real shit show, isn't it? Alright, so, as I was saying, we're going to have these guys follow the 2 big ships. You guys are going to... Why are you lagging so much? Holy shit. It's like whenever I'm trying to select the different things, it's just going fucking nuts. Alright, so. You're going to go there. There should only be the 1 group following. Alright, so. Plan is we're going to have my big ships, the 2 big ships get into the fight, and then my small ships are going to stay out of the way and shoot from a distance, and that's the plan. And this is a manageable number of ships. About 10 ships is nice. Too many more than that becomes a pain in the ass. I mean, and the controls are already pretty laggy as it is. Not so much the controls, but just like clicking the buttons. What do you see? You've got a regular light cruiser and a semi-armored cruiser from the silhouette. That's what it looks like. And this thing is pretty well armored, actually. Alright, so now what's your torpedo range? Your torpedo range is 1.5 kilometers. So I'm going to have you guys kind of go in at an angle. You guys are going to go off to the side. Alright, there we go. That's... That torpedo boat's going to have a bad day, because they can't smoke up. Please continue shooting at the torpedo boat. And you guys can go shoot at the destroyer. What does the destroyer have? What's the range on your torpedoes? 5 kilometers! Oh my goodness. Alright, so we need to turn now. Because that's going to be a bitch. Alright. So, yeah, you guys are going to... Alright, then once the smoke goes away, then we're going to... Alright, now we're going to wreck these torpedo boats, these destroyers. Yeah, your ass is going down because I don't want you to shoot your stuff at me. Now he's going to be close enough now. This is going to be kind of problematic. Oh yeah, he's going for it. Alright, he shot the torpedo, so we're going to hard turn. And you guys just keep shooting this guy. What the hell? I thought we fixed that problem. What the... You hit a secondary gun and blew up my fucking engine. What the hell? It doesn't work that way. You don't take out a secondary gun and fuck my whole battleship. Oh my fucking god. That's not how that works. You take out a secondary gun and you take out a secondary gun. You don't blow up the whole fucking battleship's engine that's not even remotely close to where the secondary gun was. Yeah, you hit like up here. The engines are all the way in the front. What the hell? Yeah, this hull is completely flawed. There's something really... That torpedo boat has a 5-kilometer range also? Shit. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm so mad. This is just total bullshit. I mean, look at that. He had the crap kicked out of him just by losing a 2-inch gun. Alright, now we gotta divide these guys up because you can't... Would you please actually click where the fuck I want you to click? What the hell? Alright, so... Torpedoes coming in kind of this way-ish. We gotta... Who are you shooting at? Are you shooting at the... I don't even know who you're shooting at. Actually, I might not be able to turn fast enough. Yeah, that's a load of bullshit right there. I mean, because that one stupid little hit is going to risk my whole battleship. Oh, crap. Do I try to split the difference on these torpedoes, maybe? I could try to... I'm gonna have to thread the... No, I can't thread the needle. It's gonna fucking hit me. It's gonna fucking hit me. All because you damaged my fucking engine with your bullshit. No. That worked. And then the cruiser has to double back this way. Fucking dodge the torpedo. I fucking hate dodging torpedoes like that. And that's just the whole thing was just a load of shit based on some glitch in the game where you hit a secondary gun. I mean, I guess maybe I don't feel bad about taking advantage of JP's, you know, no deck armor because the game's bugged. If you're gonna cause my secondary turrets to blow the shit out of my engines. Any of that crap. Alright, so we got that dealt with. Now we're going to go turn back this way. So you've got one torpedo left. You've got nothing. And this other torpedo boat is far away. And you guys are just gonna... You're gonna fire at him. Alright. Well... Yeah, and this is why I don't like large fights, because whenever some bullshit happens, I don't want to have to deal with it on a large scale. I mean, managing just a little bit of bullshit, that's bad enough. Let's have you follow the cruiser. But having to deal with this, you know, when there's 50, 60 ships, that would just be completely unreasonable. And let's have you guys turn around. You'll pivot back the other way and just strafe again. As long as I keep the destroyers out of the main fight, it'll be alright. And then this torpedo boat here. Oh, man. Alright, so... Alright, would you please not lag when I'm selecting you? Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, wow. Our football game doesn't start till like 6 o'clock tonight, and Norman's already flooded and all the parking's filled up. So I guess my friends are going to park at the computer store, even though we're, a mile away from campus, just to deal with the parking. All right, Mr. Torpedo Boat. What a pain in the ass. Alright, so did you fire your... I don't know if you oh, he did. Fuck. Fuck-a-doodle-doo. Can I even dodge this thing? Alright, we're gonna full stop. And I could try to reverse the engines. That'll really mess me up. Oh, I did it. I did it. Alright. What kind of range do these guys have? They have 3.8 kilometer range. Let's get this guy back up to speed first. I'm surprised that he stopped and accelerated so fast. Usually the game gets really stupid about that. Alright, so you're going to go follow the battleship. And you're going to go over here like that. Let's go take out some cruisers. Now, the semi-armored cruiser has the 3.8 kilometer torpedoes, and he has the shit torpedo. So we're going to go after the semi-armored cruiser first.
Good morning, Bob.
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
I'm surprised to see you on this early.
Yeah, I was trying to play a little bit before work. I went to bed early last night. And today's going to be kind of a shit show anyway, because we got the game in town. And apparently all the parking on campus is already filled up. People are already calling me asking if they can park at the computer store.
First OU game or something this season?
Yeah, I mean...
I'm not a sports fan, so I don't know. But
yeah, as long as it's one of my friends and they let me know beforehand, I don't mind. I mean, I don't want just non-customers parking at the computer store. But if it's one of our friends or one of our customers, then that doesn't bother me. And I don't think we're going to be really busy today with work. I mean, we'll be at the office getting stuff done, but game days are always complicated in Norman.
Tell me about it. I used to work down in Noble, and oh my God, trying to get out of there during game day, a nightmare.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, because 77 just gets totally, filled up. Yeah.
All the way up to the OU campus, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to work at this Italian restaurant called Toto's on game day, and I had to ride my bike to work because there's no way I was going to get my car through any of that.
Yeah.
So it just wasn't. I mean, I could find a place to park. There's employee parking behind the restaurant, but just as a practical matter, just getting through traffic.
Yeah.
I mean, even on my bicycle is a pain in the ass to get through traffic. So just wasn't worth it. Let's go beat up that light cruiser. Yeah, there you go. Take that engine hit. So now today's going to be a pretty chill day, I hope. I'm just kind of taking it easy. I've been so busy just trying to with the back to school rush with work and all that. And then, my friend's kid had to move, and he didn't let me know until last minute. And then one of the roommates.
Can you help us move? Last minute.
Yeah, so now I've got him staying at my house for a couple of weeks because I guess his new apartment won't be ready for a while. So.
Dang, I had a coworker that had like 2 days to move out between apartments. He got the keys to the new one, and then he's got to be out in 2 days from the old one.
This is why I bought a house, because I'm tired of moving. I mean, it's
It's
not a great house. It's an okay house.
Yeah,
I like my house. It's a cheap house because I didn't want to have to put a lot of effort into it. I didn't want to be one of those people that bought a nice big fancy house and then had to move when the economy sucked. So I figured out what I could afford even in the worst of times, and that's what I got. And I haven't had to move in 25 years, and that's really, really relaxing to never have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's a good benefit from having a house.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd invite you to come hang out at the computer store today, but
yeah, no.
Uh-oh, are my torpedo boats out of?
Nothing against you. It's the stupid people that don't know how to drive.
Yeah, I'm dreading going to the office. I mean, Main Street won't be that bad.
What time does it start? Like 3, 4 o'clock, something like that?
It starts at like 6 o'clock or something.
Yeah, it's always usually kind of late. That's
Which
the issue, because I close the pawn shop at 5 and then trying to get out of there at 5 o'clock. Yeah, screw that.
Well, what's crazy is like people are already flooding. It's 9:30 in the morning. I was talking to Pip, my my software engineer guy, and he was how are you taking so? What the hell? What did you get hit at? How did you? What hit you? Or you took an engine hit again? Okay, at least that was actually a belt penetration. All right, I mean, I'll give you that. I mean, at least you actually punched a hole in the ship itself and not like blew up a 2-inch gun in the back of the ship and took out the engines in the front. But I'm like, damn. These holy assault ships are deeply flawed because there's something glitchy with the hull to where if like any of the secondary guns get hit, it blows out the engine. And it's like there's just really weird cascading bullshit problems that I've been dealing with. And so I really can't get these guys into a fight because all you have to do is take out, just blow out one of my 2-inch guns and then suddenly the engine explodes. And I'm like, they're not even connected. They're not even close to each other. Like it'll hit a gun in the back of the ship and the engines are kind of, towards the front, or they're almost all the way towards the front of the ship, which makes it an unbalanced nightmare. And then like the engine explodes, the ship floods, and I'm like, You hit a 2-inch gun on the upper deck.
Maybe this magazine went off. Maybe that's what
No,
happened.
no, the magazine doesn't go off. It's just like,
Yeah, no, they don't have secondary magazines. So
well, no. I mean, there are. I mean, you can destroy the secondary ammo, but the secondary ammo will be fine, and it doesn't matter because just it's an engine.
Yeah,
It's just a super glitchy hull, and fuck these German battleships.
time to switch to different hull. Maybe.
All right, so you torpedo boats are low on fuel, and so you are going to your battle is done. You are going to retreat, and you guys are going to go fast and spot that light cruiser and take him out, because I'm kind of sick of this shit. There you go. Take out that light cruiser. So what should have been like a really easy battle has been a pain in the ass, because I just can't get these holy assault ships can't engage in battles because they just get fucked too easily. And I don't think there's anything I can do about it.
Let's unholy the little bastards and make some new ones.
Well, I mean, and when I replace the small guns with bigger guns to give them more armor, just like if it still penetrates one of the random small guns on there, they just get, the ship just gets wrecked. And it's not because of an ammo explosion or anything like that. It's just
Yeah, it's
a
glitch.
there's a glitch that counts secondary gun hits as engine hits.
But they just get a chance to retire that hull and make something new.
Well, I'm using them for invasion ships.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna I'll keep doing that. But I'm just they're just tonnage at this point, further troop transports at this point. But I thought I could take out a light cruiser. I just have to keep them far back. I mean, I'll win the fight. I lost 16%. I lost 16% of my crew.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, they did get one legitimate, engine, or they did get one legitimate hit on the front hull of the ship, which is really well armored. But now these guys are just going to be glorified troop transports at this point.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
So, yeah, I am not a fan of these German. I really am not. I don't want to say that I'm not enjoying the German campaign. I am enjoying the German campaign, but I don't think the German ships are that good. I know Tirpitz is going to have a conniption.
Are you still in the 1800s?
No, I'm in like 1909.
We're getting close to 401 stuff, so that should make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some dreadnoughts that are a few months away from the first ones being rolled out, and those should be pretty good. But the early German battleships suck, and the early German cruisers, I mean, they're all right, but I'm just not that impressed. They're very restrictive.
Are you using that slight tumble home hull that the German early battleships have?
I don't know. I'm using whatever that Battleship 1 is. The initial battleship. I did my cheesy battleship thing, and I've got my patrol boat, which is sort of my early cruiser. But because of the weird way that the guns are, I had to mismatch the guns just to put guns on there.
Yeah, I think I saw that weird setup you were doing the other day.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange setup. I really like the American ships, and I like the Japanese ships.
Yeah, you sticking guns where guns technically wouldn't go.
Well, I mean, they go there. I mean, I've got a big gun up front, I've got two smaller guns in the back, but because of how... I've got a 9-inch, a 6-inch, and a 5-inch, which is sort of weird, but, it works. Now, I do like all the little secondary gun spots on the German cruiser, but I can't adjust the location. They're all fixed locations. I like these destroyers. These destroyers came out really nice. So I mean, you know, they're all right. It's just those battleships are so fragile. No matter how much armor I put on them, just because of the glitchy secondary gun emplacements.
Yeah.
So what can you do?
Just bear with it and you know. Yeah, okay, yeah, Battleship 1, yeah, that's that Tumble Home.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a dumb. And I knew it was gonna be dumb anyway. Oh, they got the Bosphorus. Fucking Ottomans. Fucking Ottomans. We're gonna do so many bad things to the Ottomans in this game. I guess Greece is attacking now. Are you guys able to so we can go through. Alright, so I think you guys are... So these are Holy Assault ships, and these are 1905 patrol boats. So these guys just hang out there and provide sea control. Alright, so let's... Did we get some of the Marauders built? Maybe we did. Let's resume you. I did, I think. No, 2 more months. Just kind of grinding through pretty slow. We're getting there. We're getting there. My transports are suffering. I could refit some more of these. I don't have enough... I can do one of them. Alright, so... Let's drop that down to 99%. That'll be fine. We got to invade Britain this turn, I think. What's this convoy here? It's those 3 cruisers really want to fight that battleship, and I just don't want you to fight him. I mean, he's green. That's going to be an early battleship. I mean, maybe I could take it, but 3 of my 1905s. These are trained regular veterans. The problem is if one of those 13-inch guns hit my cruiser, then that's it for the cruiser. That's gotta suck. Now, I just don't... But I mean, that could be one of the battleships that has the weird armor loadouts. You know what? We're gonna try it. Let's go give this thing a try. It's probably gonna be stupid, but maybe we can do it. Let's see, what time is it? It's 9:51. It's about 10 o'clock. I don't have to be at the office till noon. Mike's probably already there working on stuff, but...
Yeah, could just get close enough, sink like at least a transport or 2 for the experience, and
That's what I'm
Battleship.
probably gonna do.
Yeah, battleship turns out to be a pain in the butt. Just get a transporter too to get the experience, and
then run.
Yeah.
Yeah, my concern is I'm not that. I mean, I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. It's just if the battleship hits me with one of those 13-inch guns, that's probably going to take out an engine, and then that cruiser's not getting away, and then I got to brawl it out, and that's the problem. But some of their early battleships had their armor's not so great, and they've got a couple of them where their deck armor, not their deck, their superstructure armor is really weak. And maybe I could just brawl them down with my 2.9s, just light their ass on fire. The other thing that's weird about these patrol boats, about this early cruiser designs, like I can have a double gun here, but I can't put doubles anywhere else because then the turrets are too big and they get stuck. Even though it looks like it's the same size gap, it just doesn't. I just feel like these German ships are really glitchy layouts. Alright, transport. You have some guns, and you are... I want to stay away from the... I think that battleship has Mark 1 guns, and so we might be able to just keep our distance from it and have it not have a good chance to hit. Alright, let's see what you got. You, my friend, are Mark 1 guns. They got those little pancake guns. These are Mark 1 secondaries. These are all Mark 1 guns, except for the 3.3s, and they don't have a lot of those. And the forebelt and aft belt are really weak, and the superstructure is really weak. So maybe I can just brawl this guy down. He's not fast. Standard bulkheads. This guy's not that tough. Alright, you know what we're going to do? Fuck it. We're going for it. And I don't think he has a... He doesn't have torpedoes. So we are gonna go for the brawl. My forebelt is not terrific, though. We're gonna cut right across your front, where you are not that strong. And we're just gonna go right on in. I've got to angle a little bit. Alright, never mind. We're going to go across your back. Alright, go 2.9. Right across his butt. Yeah, as long as those 13s don't hit me. And he's got to have a lot of damage and stability now. Oh yeah. Yeah, my 2.9s just fucking shredded him. Alright, now let's go get these transports. Wow. Alright, I guess I didn't have any reason to be worried. But then again, his 13s never hit me either, so... That was... all thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. These transports are going to have a bad day now that their battleship's gone. Yeah, he just didn't have the superstructure armor to absorb all those 2.9s. And I got out of it relatively unscathed. Good job, patrol boats. I'm proud of you. I mean, as much as I bitch about the bad cruiser design, these patrol boats are pretty tough. They are good ships. I just don't like their... I don't like their layout. But I'm also kind of spoiled by the American battleships with their cage masts. And their big spotting... Oh, but they're glorious. They have those big spotting distances and everything.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
I think in real life they weren't very practical. They were pretty flimsy.
Yeah, no, they weren't. They were not that strong, I don't think. All right,
They
so now we have an invade Britain turn. So I got my tonnage there. So let's double check all this going on here. I need to... So I can pull 30,000 tons into here, but that's not enough to make that work. What just texted me? Actually, Solar Kraken, if you did want to come into town today, one of the customers that's coming by is this guy that does a lot of 3D printing. He's a very Second Amendment 3D printer, if you know what I mean, and he always has some very interesting things that he brings by to show us. Of course, then you have to deal with the nightmare parking or traffic.
Yeah, really.
All right, so I could pull 30,000 tons, but that's not enough. So 9, 10, 11.
I'd let the helicopter in my other pants.
Yeah. All right, so I need to bring a lot of tonnage down here. All right, so we're going to do a big push. We're going to have all these destroyers. You're going to head down here because I need 75,000 tons. And I need... So I can pull 30 out of this.
Go.
Oh,
you got a dog underfoot.
let's see here. I actually pull 31 if I wanted to. Alright, so pull 30,000 tons down to there. So these guys are going to falter next turn, so you guys need to get your ass down there. These guys need to get in there. These guys need to get down there. Alright, so you're going to go... There's the invasion spot. I could send these guys down, but that's going to take... If I send you down here, it's going to take 4 turns. That's not going to work. It's 8. There's 9. I only have 2 turns to get into here. Eight, 9, 10, 11. I could maybe bring him into here. That'd be 3 turns. Alright, this is just going to be a major mess. But alright, we're going to go for it. And then as far as invading British stuff, probably just get Western Australia and be done with it, because you guys are not... You're just kind of taking your time. Let's go take Perth. Let's get these guys. Alright, so we got a lot of... You guys are all down here. Alright, let's... Let's see if we can get that attack going. Alright, so maybe we can make some magic happen. That conquest is going all right. 2 more turns will get you. All right, so this is working out all right. I'm gonna leave. I don't want that. And I don't want to fight the Argentinians either, because that's going to be just too much of a mess. And we'll sink some ships. Easy transport kills. And how do you not successfully run away? That's okay. We're going to run you away the old-fashioned way, by hand. Yeah, I just can't use those assault ships in combat, but I've got a lot of tonnage of them, so I need to use them for invading, but they're just really sad and unfortunate ships. And I don't think there's anything I can do to fix them, because I think it's just a glitchy hull. But as long as they can retreat okay, it means I don't have to bother upgrading them anymore. Man, I kind of want to eat the rest of that lasagna that Chris made last night. I've got...
For breakfast.
Well, it sounds like a good idea. I mean, I've got a buddy who will come by. You know, he stays with me when he's working in this part of the state. And as a thank you, always make something nice, like some lasagna or steaks or whatnot.
Nice.
I made some kick-ass lasagna last night. And I got some leftovers. Wonder why the torpedo boat's wiggling so much.
Happy to see you.
I guess so, like a dog wagging his tail. A little destroyer boat captain going, please, I promise I'm not one of the stupid ones. Look how good I am at running away against those stupid battleships. See, I know how to follow orders. Sink transports and run away from everything else. Let's go sink these cruisers. What's funny is as soon as I finish building these Marauders, I'm going to upgrade them before they even leave port. Because I'm getting the hulls built out, and then... ooh, you took a kind of a hit. Are you still able to... Yeah, you're probably alright. You can walk it off.
They got much.
But yeah, on these destroyers, I'm starting to really like putting just a couple of big guns on them in the front, just so if they're following along behind ships, they can kind of stay out of combat and throw some weight at a distance. So I really Yeah, I really like how these Lorenzo ships came out. I mean, even on some of my other... Heroes praising the destroyer captain, and they go and bump into the other ships. So they've got like the big guns up front, and then the smaller guns in the rear for brawling. All right, what kind of? Oh, and then you're smoked up, so I can't see you anyway.
I have a couple classic destroyers on my British campaign. They mount 5.5-inch guns. It's enough to deal damage to light cruisers.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's all I want. I just want to be able to take out light cruisers. And then
oh, sorry.
No, it's because these guys don't have a lot of armor. I mean, you know, 2 inches of armor at plus 50% basically, so about 3 inches of armor. They'll punch through it, no problem. Yeah, 5.5 would be no problem.
I'm at 1930 and Mark IV 5.5-inch guns.
Yeah. What's your torpedo? Yeah, 1 kilometer. Yeah, these are older light cruisers. But no, I just need them to be able to be a threat, assuming they can hit.
Yeah, my gunboat destroyers, 8 5.5-inch guns, only 5 torpedo tubes.
Yeah, I just have like 1 torpedo tube on these guys, but they're just not meant for. I just don't use torpedoes a lot. I mean, maybe I ought to.
Well, later on when you get longer range torpedoes and you start getting, over 10-kilometer range torpedoes, and it's kind of worth it.
Yeah, then it's a little different.
But starting out when your torpedoes are just a couple kilometers, Not even worth
Well,
it.
and torpedoes they blow up really easy on your decks. Even
Oh,
the
yeah,
oth-
that's
e-
it.
even the underwater torpedo tubes blow up pretty easy.
Yeah, it seems like every time, like these cruisers, I'm always hitting their torpedoes,
Yeah.
blowing them up.
Well, it's half the reason I think my 2.9s do so good is that they just fire fast. They can take out enemy torpedo launchers. Man, I really want that lasagna. I'll be right back. I'm gonna throw the lasagna in the microwave. Give me just a minute.
Oh, that's all the fighting's been destroyed there.
All right, I am back. Had to go thank my friend for making the lasagna. That's super awesome. Um, let's go take out this light cruiser also. We'll just sort of whittle them down one ship at a time. Yeah, because if the Americans keep their ships concentrated in a big group, then I just avoid them and take over their territories. And if they spread them out, then I pick them off one ship at a time. That's what I did to the Japanese in that Russian campaign. I mean, I probably want to condense these guys a little closer than than this, but you know, a line of 15 ships is probably a little too much, but they're fast enough I can just sort of form a semicircle around them, just fire at them from all directions. That little retreat trick to figure out where they're at is just so wonderful. Alright, what do you have for torpedo ranges? You have a 0.9 kilometer range. So you know what that means? I can go normal torpedoes on you. I don't know if any of these are going to hit, but it gets you to turn away from me. Got your engine. I don't know why the other ships are dodging away. Are you trying to dodge my own torpedoes, maybe? Let's turn off the torpedoes now. Yeah, like when it comes to killing light cruisers, this... What the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you driving in fucking circles? You morons. I know. You're destroyer captains. What the hell, guy? I mean, we're not even going to let you dodge torpedoes anymore. Just... He doesn't have any torpedoes. We blew... Oh, he does. I guess we didn't blow them up yet, but he sank, so... Oh my god.
They had too much schnapps on board.
Oh, I guess. Holy shit. Alright, my lasagna's right back. Alright, here we go. I'm tempted to auto-resolve this so that my ships don't blow up, but... He's got a bunch of torpedo launchers. And 2 guns. We'll fight this out normally. The lasagna's really good, by the way.
I can imagine.
It's great. I don't even like lasagna that much normally, but the way Chris makes it's great. Alright, so... So you're going to retreat. And... have you follow the battleships. So I think I want you to screen the battleships. So I want to keep my battleships away from the destroyers and have the cruisers be the closer ones. So I want the battleships to turn sharply away.
Cruiser's running away.
There we go. Because these guys have like a 5-kilometer torpedo range, I think. Yeah, they've got... Well, that's 1 kilometer. And that's 1 kilometer. That's one. Maybe I don't have to be so worried about them then. Alright, well, let's go hunt them down. Let's double check this. I don't believe that they have such short range. 1 kilometer? No. This is a little tiny it's just got 2 guns and 3 torpedo launchers. Alright, whatever, dude. Few bulkheads. Oh, he's not going to live very long. Alright, well... I guess this wasn't that big of a deal.
Oh, man. Stupid.
Lost 1 dude because he slipped on a shell casing and fell overboard. That's probably what happened. And then they just left him in the water because he was going to grow up to be a destroyer captain anyway.
Problem.
Okay, so
You know, if I notice another bug in this game when your allies ask you to buy a ship from you, and you tell them no, somehow they still get them anyway.
Really?
Because I've seen them have ships like, I didn't sell you that. How the hell did you get that?
One of your ships or somebody else's ship?
No, one of mine. Because they asked me for it, and I'm like, no, because I build specific export ships for this. They say, you all can get my ships. Yep, you can have something I built for you.
Yeah.
So whenever they ask for one of mine, I say no. They ask for an export model, I say yes. But sometimes they still get mine. Sometimes, and I don't know how the hell the game does that.
I don't know. I usually just sell torpedo boats and stuff because I want the money and the low tonnage.
Yeah.
And I don't want to tie because I can't tie up my shipyards.
Yeah, I have 76 ships right now in my British campaign. I don't have 1 billion like you do.
Yeah. I like having Half the reason I like having the huge numbers of ships is just because people are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people play that. They build a bunch of cheap. What we got here?
I might do a quality versus quantity campaign one of these days.
Yeah.
And see how that works out.
That's kind of how I do it.
But then I always run into problems with invasion tonnage.
Yeah, sometimes that's an issue. But... when you start getting into World War II, in the 20s and 30s, you start building, 40, 50,000 ton battleships.
Yeah.
That helps with the tonnage a lot.
Yeah, what I do is my early ships just become invasion-only ships.
Yeah.
And I just want them to be tough enough to auto-resolve against a destroyer or something. Like these guys here, well, these guys really ought to run away.
Where'd you destroy the hell now? Oh shit, I have crap. Forgot I had fucking ships over here. Oopsie. Okay, they can report that. Okay. We're back to Port Said. Had some invasion ships out just sitting in the ocean. Like, oh, duh, I forgot to put them back in the port after the invasion was over.
Yeah.
And like, whoops.
They just got lost. One of your logistics officers went on vacation, just totally forgot.
Yeah. So they're just down in the middle of the ocean waiting for orders for the last several months. But then they weren't really moving. Still have 100% fuel because they've just been sitting there. Get back to Gibraltar.
Now this will be. Let's see if we can take these guys out.
Eastern Mediterranean March. It might be a little cold over there. I don't know.
March not so bad.
I've never been over there, so I don't know what the weather's like during the year.
Springtime's okay. March is a little chilly. It was not. The Mediterranean is pretty mild by American standards.
Yeah,
what do we?
It's close to, the equator goes through there a little bit, or close to it anyway.
Yeah. So you've got the crappy armor.
Stupid submarines. Really wish there was I could go in and find a program and get rid of the fucking submarines.
Dreadnought Improvement Project.
Yeah, I had that. When he did stuff, it made some like cruiser hulls very difficult to build on.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet.
I don't know if it auto updates or I have to manually update it. I haven't tried it since the last several patches.
I'm not sure.
I have it turned off right now.
Alright, so you guys, we're gonna have the patrol boats go in, and then these destroyers are going to keep your distance and spot the battleship. Let's actually keep the torpedoes off. What does this cruiser have? You have short torpedoes. You got pretty good armor, actually. Alright. So these cruisers are going to go brawl down that battleship. Or, well, they're just going to get in there. We'll worry about that a bit later. We're just going to kind of keep our distance from the cruiser and just kind of let my cruisers throw down with their 9-inch guns. Yeah. We're going to go more like that. Actually, no, we're just going to go straight on in. Because we're going to do enough damage with these 5-inch guns. This cruiser should get burnt down pretty quick. Then after we're done with this guy, we got to find the battleship. We'll pull around about that angle there. So there's the battleship. Yeah, he's about half dead. So he's going to go down pretty soon. Maybe one more hit. If we get a good hit. He just doesn't want to sink, does he? There we go. There's a hit. He really does not want to sink. Just standard bulkheads. You shouldn't be that tough. There he goes. Now he's going down. All right. All right. So now we got to get in on this battleship. And this battleship has kind of garbage armor, so we're gonna get in close and brawl him again. And the destroyers are gonna stay kind of out at range. And just pepper him with the 5-inch guns. The practically 6-inch guns. And you're just going to go straight in. I don't want to get too close to him. He's not taking a lot of damage yet. I mean, a little bit. Now he's starting to. think 2.9 isn't quite in optimum range yet. It's getting there. These cruiser 9-inch guns are going to do a lot of damage. Yeah. Now the 2.9s are starting to rack it up. No, 9 inches are still in the lead. Oh, now the 2.9. Now we're in 2.9 range. Look at that. Now they're catching up. Although, yeah, the 9s are doing really well. 9-inch guns win. The 9-inch guns win the fight. All right. And no more lasagna. Very sad. I'll be right back. Let me put this away. I lost 2 guys, he lost 1,000. That's a good job. JP, what's an artisan campaign? Is that where I make only one of each type of ship? My transports are having some problems. I guess Canada's doing something. Yes, Sweden's doing terrorists. Let's get them terrorisms. How many tons do I need here? I need 20,000 tons. I think 30,000 should be enough to get in there.
We do that. How about a 4,000-ton destroyer? It's almost a light cruiser.
It is. I wish there was a way I could turn off news updates on my cell phone. I really don't want bullshit news updates about things I don't care about. It's like, you're telling me about the police arresting some homeless guy in a totally different state that has nothing to do with me, and I don't care. I don't want the beep beep going on, because then I think I got a text message from Dad.
Oh, yeah, it's annoying. Now, I guess we had to go figure out where it's coming from and find this. I don't know.
Alright, so let's go double check all that. That's going well. One more turn, he's done for.
Yeah, fine, I could build these things. I had to wait 10 years to be able to build these stupid destroyers.
One more month till I get my Marauders. Got my small guns, I got my shells. Modified sweepers. I think I need to start working on ASW, because at some point there's gonna be that awkward part where they have submarines and I don't.
I rarely build submarines. I'd rather use the tonnage and crew for surface shit. Fuck the subs.
Yeah, JP, I have a dedicated Dad phone. And so, like, the only thing that should be ringing on that phone is, like, stuff from Dad. So I just want to disable. So like it's a fucking telephone. I want to make fucking goddamn phone calls. And I want to send text messages and maybe take pictures. I don't want alerts. I don't want emergency notifications. I don't want a fucking thing except for being a goddamn telephone. I don't need a computer. I've got a whole store full of computers. I don't need like an alert messaging system. I have like Steve, who even though he's in a different country, he'll be like, "Oh my God, Mark, there's a tornado scheduled for today." I'm like, "You don't even live in Oklahoma anymore. What are you keeping track of that for?" You know? I don't need my phone giving me notifications about fucking homeless people getting arrested in different states. I don't fucking care. You're a goddamn telephone. I stopped watching TV a long time ago because I don't give a shit about the news, because all bullshit. You know, I care about homeless people camping out behind my store, but really only if they're crackheads. You know? And so if it's not like a crackhead in my neighborhood, that's somebody else's problem. Alright, I think we're going to start doing this underwater. I mean, maybe the armor forging, but I think we need to start building up the anti-submarine stuff before submarines become a problem. Alright, so now I could one more turn till I have explosives. What's this explosive technology here? This is cordite. Let's go wait another turn before we rebuild a bunch of stuff. Repair party's nice, but I don't need that. Alright, so this is going to be an invade the USA turn, I think. And so I think what we're going to do is we're going to nail northern Norway just to get you guys
Probably take 480 feet long. Yeah, that's all I figured.
There we go. We're going to split it like that. Alright, so we're going to take northern Norway. And then we'll have to... That's the North Sea. Are you guys still trying to make it around there? You're going to be there in 2 turns. You're just not making any progress, are you, bucko? I thought I did disable all the alerts, but apparently not. I guess Greece is making some progress against the Bosphorus again. You go, Greece. 33. You know, you guys better not take over Venezuela before I do, or I'll be mad.
I think you maybe ought to talk to Mr. Trump about that.
Oh, son of a bitch. Really? Are you guys, like, you're out of tonnage on... Alright, so I need to get people into here. I need another 45,000 tons in here. I gotta make sure these guys are not, like, outside of the invasion zone, because they're morons.
Okay, which destroyer classes am I missing still?
Alright, so you guys... I need to have 50,000 tons in here to make sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Saw some guys joking on the internet about sent those 4 ships down there like an Aegis cruiser and like 3 of the early Burks.
Uh-huh.
And someone were joking. It's like, oh my God, they finally have a reason to use those 5-inch guns
Oh, no.
mounted on the bloody things instead of just launching missiles.
Yeah.
It's like, do they even remember how to use 5-inch guns?
You know, I saw an analysis video where somebody was saying that they think the blowing up the Venezuelan ship may have been AI generated, because why would you have a drug ship with 12 dudes on it sailing in deep ocean
right past an American warship?
Right past American warships, but not a lot of room for drugs because you've got
a bunch of people.
Bunch of people on it. And so, I agree that it looked a little bit sus. Oh, you've got, look at that, you got a battleship and a cruiser and...
Yep. There is the possibility that, like you said, that was just a bunch of guys where it's kind of become common now over on the California coast. Well, that Venezuela is on the East Coast right there.
Yeah.
I mean, saying, I know some of the people trying to sneak in have been using fast boats to run up to California and just beach on the coast, abandon the boat, and go running into a crowd to where they can get lost. But coming on the eastern side, that does seem a little odd. Although I guess they've probably been doing the same, in the Atlantic there.
Maybe.
Instead of coming directly to the U.S., they might be heading for, like, say, Puerto Rico.
Well, and I don't even know if that was a bunch of illegals trying to get across the. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to speculate. I do think that they, everybody's all like, oh, they should have just captured it and they shouldn't have blown it up and it should have been, due process and blah blah blah. And I think, pretty sure they just wanted to send a message. Because all this stupid shit there's all this stupid shit that's going on right now in, with American foreign policy. And, I don't pretend to know what's going on in the inner circles of things. I don't have really those kind of contacts right now. But there's definitely a lot of bullshittery going on. Oh, why do I have 10 cruisers up here? I don't even know why I have 10. I guess because you guys are just hanging out well, we're not at war with Denmark. I don't think. It's China's the one who has the Denmarky people. There's definitely a lot of bullshittery going on. I guess Canada's trying to take Alaska. I don't know, whatever, buddy. We just totally missed those guys, didn't we? See if we can catch them. The problem is there's a lot of posturing, I think, because you've got a bunch of just mentally deficient, corrupt politicians who are also really arrogant in the U.S. government. And from Trump's perspective, and I'm not saying that Trump's smart or stupid. He could be also a retard for all I know. I don't think he probably is, but you never know. But he's got to satisfy all the morons in the Republican Party while fending off all the morons in the Democrat Party while trying to accomplish whatever it is he's trying to accomplish. And so he's having to satisfy a bunch of people that are completely incompatible.
He's having to walk a tightrope, in other words.
That's what I think is going on. And the problem is a lot of the people advising these politicians are truly stupid and ignorant people who only got there because of their political connections, or they know something about one topic and not a lot about other topics. I've advised politicians before. I don't make not like on a national level, although I've given some advice to some people, to some advisors and whatnot. And he was actually a very smart person who then got sidelined because he was probably too smart. But no, I mean,
or wasn't corrupt enough,
No, I think that. Well, I don't know the. I know somebody who was involved in advising Trump on some of the VA reforms, and I don't know if they got implemented or not because I don't know enough about the VA. I know somebody who's advising the administration about patent stuff because both the Democrats and the Republicans liked him because he's one of the world's best patent attorneys and patent engineers. And then I've advised some local politicians about, like when there's some people running for governor and stuff like that. I advised, there's this one Democrat lady who was a very nice lady who was, I don't want to say that she wasn't that bright. She wasn't stupid. She had fundamental misconceptions about how businesses worked and how the economy worked. And so a bunch of my Democrat friends asked me if I'd be willing to talk to her because I was the only Republican they knew. And so I gave her some advice about how economics worked, and it just the look of shock on her face. I think it just never occurred to her that reinvesting in your business long-term makes you more money than just trying to rape your employees and pull as much out immediately as you can. You've got the Bain Capital approach where like Romney and his buddies would rape and pillage businesses. Let's see what Slav is doing here.
Well, one of the reasons, even if we were smart enough to figure that out, is, figuring out how to invest back in your business and what you need to invest in and manage it is harder than just simply screwing over your employees.
Yeah. Well, and in the case of like Romney and some of the stuff he was doing, yeah. So you're just sitting back and blasting from a distance, Slav. Good job. When you're buying out companies and taking them over and pilfering them, that's just outright theft, and that's what a lot of you have to make a distinction. There's the group of Republicans, and Democrats do this too, though the Republicans are a little more known for. You got the Romney types who are they say they're business people and they're really just thieves. And then you have the people who build stuff. Are those all stealth vehicles, Slav? It looks like it's working. You got behind their lines and you're just blasting their stuff. It looks like it's working. Good job. A lot of both the Democrats and Republicans are made or comprise various demographic groups that don't have common interests. And so this is why you have such like weird things going on the Democrat side where they're like pro-gay and pro-Muslim at the same time, even though the gays and the Muslims are, fundamentally incompatible. And on the Republican side, you have the big business people, the small business people who are also fundamentally incompatible. in many ways, right? And so, they're just trying to build these coalitions. And I feel sort of bad for politicians in that they have to juggle all this stuff and do all this bullshit, for about 5 minutes, and then I don't give a shit anymore because, they chose that life, so it's their problem. Really? You started me out at point blank? You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. You started me out at fucking point blank range when I'm trying to run away, you son of a bitch. You fucking son of a bitch. How fucking dare you do this to me? Oh my fucking god. You started me out at fucking point blank range against ships with big fucking guns. It's like, these are huge ships. I can spot them from really the fuck far away. And when I'm saying, hey, retreat, run away, it doesn't mean, oh, let's get inside a firing range and attack them. No, it means, the fuck are you, destroyer captains? Fucking run away, you stupid son of a bitch. The hell? And so now I'm going to have to try and run all my guys away. They're going to get the shit knocked out of them. And then I'm going to rage quit and restart this battle because this is fundamentally stupid. This is just as stupid as those fucking Gays for Palestine people. Although those guys are at least funny. This is just as stupid as those Republicans who keep fucking voting for Lindsey Graham. They actually don't have an excuse. Yeah, now I'm going to get the shit knocked out of me.
Well, the way both parties run their primaries,
oh no, the whole thing is
have a choice.
No, they don't have a choice. The whole thing's corrupt. And that's it's intentionally, done that way. But it's stupid. And, and the American people are getting the government that they deserve because, they're voting for all this stupid shit. If people don't want to pay attention enough, then they're going to keep getting all the wars and bullshits that they don't want. Yeah, this is just like these fucking, this fucking battle is, yeah, so, alright, so fuck you. You fucking whore. Your mom was a whore and your father was a fucking tobacco salesman. Fuck you. And then we're going to do this again. It's like, look, I understand that your ships, some of them are faster than me and that I'll have to run away manually. And that's okay. But not when you start me at point blank the fuck range, charging into the enemy like a bunch of fucking morons. You're not destroyer captains, you're fucking cruiser captains. Although you are German, so maybe your sanity's questionable. Learn from the French how to run away better. I'm sure some French guy at YouTube's like, fuck that Bobtheorc guy. We're going to shadow ban him somewhere. All he does is shit on us, and he hasn't even played France yet.
That reminds me, other night come across a clip of back when King had the event at the big opera house or whatever over there in London, one of the celebrations for King Charles coming up to the throne, and part of the act was Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean, getting up there and doing a bit as the British general in charge of the the general staff. And he got to talking about all the problems Britain was facing and so on and so forth. And throughout, then he comes up and says, throughout history, there's been one sure method for when the empire is encountering hard times that we took and has helped get us out of hard times.
Blame it on the French.
Invade France.
Yeah.
And considering what's going on right now, that I consider that comment to have only been partly tongue-in-cheek.
Oh my God, Britain's so fucked right now. And look, and here's the thing: I don't have anything against anybody else's race or culture. I don't give a shit. I mean, you do what makes you happy, right? But there are certain groups of people who are incompatible with other groups of people just because they have diametrically opposed worldviews and philosophies, right? And when you mix those groups of people together, you know, they're either going to fight or one's going to assimilate the other. That's just how the world works. And I don't think the British people want to be assimilated right now. I mean, the British government shit. It's been shit for a really long time. And, you know, I don't really have... I mean, my dad's side of the family left England a long fucking time ago. And then they, you know, and came over here. And then they bothered us, so we started shooting at them a bunch until they went away. So, I mean, the British government's really the British people's problem at this point. You know, my family hasn't been British for... I mean, I guess, you know, part of my family is English, you know, 500 fucking years ago. And, you know, that is not my problem anymore. I feel bad for them, but not that bad. All right, you guys... See, look, you guys started out far the fuck away. Why couldn't we have done that? Alright, let's get all you guys together.
Yeah, I know my father's side of the family, what I've been able to trace back, the, you know, the original patriarch came over from Ireland, like in the late 1600s.
Yeah.
And it ended up down here in, like, you know, the mountains of North Carolina. And there was... You know, ended up being quite a few of them, because one time over in the western part of the state found this one small church, and that graveyard was almost half full with grave markers bearing the family name from like the 1700s.
Yeah.
Around in there, and what they trace back to, yeah, they were in that particular region to where when the you know, being Irish and on my grandmother's side Scottish, when the British Army came to town down at Kings Mountain, they said, "Oh, really? Those assholes again?" And went down and gave them a rather warm welcome.
Yeah, no, my dad's side of the family came over here very early on. The first Deaver actually came over with the early Spanish explorers and promptly died in Florida in 1503. He didn't do very well. Most of them, because I was down in, there's a town called Deavertown, Ohio, that my family founded in the early 1600s. You know, as a trading outpost, and then it became a small town. It's near Zanesville, and so I was out there checking it out. I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, and you know, there's a bunch of grave markers from the 1600s, which is pretty crazy. You know, mom's side of the family came over from Greece, you know, after Greece got its independence from Turkey. I mean, you know, they came over, you know, different parts of the Greek family came over at different times. all before World War I believe. And although the Greek community in Tulsa is very insular, Dad was actually the first non-Greek to marry a Greek woman in the Tulsa community. So but no, I mean we've been certainly my dad's side of the family's been here for forever. I actually was in England back in 2016-ish, and there's a Deaver family castle, or I guess Deaver is what it was called back then. It was Shakespeare's castle basically, and they had a statue of Shakespeare which looked exactly like my dad, except with the funny, Renaissance era clothes. And the guy that answered the door, I just showed up and knocked on the manor house door, and the guy who answered the door looked just like my Uncle Ray Deaver, only kind of younger. It was really surreal. But that was a good experience. But, the thing is that, we've been out of England for 400 or 500 years, and it's just their problem now. Alright, are you not going to start me at point blank range after I click the retreat button? Watch them fucking do it again. But I mean, a lot of Western Europe is kind of screwed. I mean, they've got a lot of disunity going on because of all their groups that don't like each other. One thing, if you look at like Russia or Poland or Hungary, those have united populations because the people they brought in were people who were from compatible cultures. And, there's nothing wrong with the Middle East. I mean, I've not really traveled extensively in the Middle East. I've been to Turkey, which the Turks would probably argue that's more Europe than anything else. But even in the Middle East, you've got different groups that don't get along. And, what the fuck? You assholes! I'm trying to run the fuck away! No, fuck you! Fuck you! I'm running away! I'm not engaging your goddamn ships! I'm not engaging you! Start me at some distance because I'm running away! And I'm faster than everything except for your, destroyers. If you want to fight me with your destroyers, I will blow them the fuck out of the water. Because my patrol ships will kick their ass. But no, I'm not going to go fight your fucking battleships. Are you stupid? No. We're not doing that. That's dumb. We don't have dumb crew. Apparently we do have dumb cruiser captains in the German Navy. But no! Fucking execute those guys! Because we're bad guys. Fucking execute them and get new cruiser captains. Exile those old ones to, the destroyers. Let them be stupid on torpedo boats or something. We're not gonna fucking do that. I'm sorry. I know we're playing this on impossible mode or on legendary difficulty, but that doesn't mean we have to be deliberately retarded about it. And I'm sure there's people out there being like, oh, Bob should play it through and fight it out because, that's, you shouldn't be reloaded. Fuck you guys. I'm playing this game for fun. I've got a real job. I don't have to show off how good I am. I never claimed to be good. You know what I might... If they start me close again, then what I'm going to do is instead of running, I'm just going to fight normally, see if it starts to be further away, and then run the fuck away. No, this is fucking stupid. Don't make my life more difficult than it already is. That's like my standing order at my business. I tell the guys at the computer store, don't make my life more difficult than it already is. And then on my engineering team, I tell them, don't do stupid things that's going to get me sued. But I mean, don't, whatever you're doing, don't do that. What the fuck? No, fuck you guys. Screw you. We're not going to fucking do that. You fucking morons. Don't start out in gunfighting range, you fucking rejects. Fuck you guys. Alright, this time I'm just gonna choose the fight and see if it starts me further away. Because that's obviously not working. This little deck up here needs a 5-inch gun. Obviously, just to be retarded. Well, no, it's some like battleship thing, but it's the first thing I thought of when I saw it. That reminds me of that stupid German ship design that I was dealing with. Alright, we're gonna fight you, and then we're gonna run away. You better not fucking watch them start me out far the fuck away now. They're gonna start me out far away. I mean, maybe they're gonna start me out in gunfighting range. At least this time, it can be justified because I said fight. But no, this is stupid.
Yeah, but I saw one video last night from it was over there in Great Britain. Basically, it's a little short video to where, it was over there on that one little development they have in London called Canary Wharf. Like basically like a big shopping center type deal. One part of town down near the waterfront. And it opens up showing, here's like dozens of police come running down through, the central hall right there, 4 wide, and they're just trotting along, and everybody's looking like, what in the hell's going on? Because, I mean, there was literally at least 50 cops come running down through there 4 wide and going down there, and what it was, they just had having a small rally down there in the one central court or whatever, where people were waving English flags.
Right.
And you hear somebody in the background said, well, what in the devil's going on? And you hear this one guy pipe up. They must have heard somebody say, I love bacon.
Oh my god. They still started me out in firing range. What the fuck? I mean, it's at least I'm not quite as close this time. How fast are these ships? These guys are... Yeah, they're fucking slower than me. 17 knots. Your other battleship, 17 and a half... No, this guy here's 21 knots. Alright.
That's just sad when the police force over there will be around those protests and let people wave the Palestinian flag and what other flag from another country and sit there and not do a thing, but
you know what? I was like
waving their own flag, like at their own country's flag, they end up getting arrested for quote unquote waving it in an aggressive manner. That's just
was like, I mean, obviously, if I were to wave like an American flag in Russia, they'd probably arrest me. I mean, hell, if I were to do that in Japan, who's like one of our allies, they would, you're not allowed to do that kind of protest stuff, foreign, stuff in even, ostensibly friendly countries. Let me see what this executor is. Slav, what is this thing that you're... Teleport Executor, it's a lot of money. Incomparably powerful ultimate weapon made by the EK faction. It's a space flagship. Okay. Well, let's see you do it, buddy. Where to go? Are those ships right there? What's this thing? It looks like it's like got a bunch of legs. Okay, just some sort of like big mecha thing. That looks like a little SR-71 down there, and I guess these are your space stations. Right on. Now, where's that big space battleship thing that you just summoned? Where'd that thing go? Oh, it's still summoning. How long does that thing take to show up? Oh, 600 seconds?
Damn, 10 minutes? Wow.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna get back to my game. Let me know when that thing finally summons, and then I'll take a look at it, because I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes.
Yeah. "10 minutes in a battle is an eternity."
Well, it depends on some battles are really slow paced. Alright, so this battle, however, is just total bullshit. Alright, which... Please don't... God damn it, don't turn around random. I hate the lag. You need to go that way. And then you motherfuckers need to spread out a little bit. You need to go a little more like that. And you need to go a little more like that.
Goodbye.
Alright, why are you going in all these weird... Alright, so... I want to get you guys all going roughly in the same fucking direction. And spread out a little bit. So you can retreat kind of as a group. Alright, so... I mean, here come all their destroyers, a little ominous smoke cloud. I mean, these guys I can understand because they're fast. That's fine. You know, I understand that you're fast. And if I'm just fighting you, it's alright, because we're going to blast the shit out of you in a bit. What's your torpedo range? You probably have a pretty good torpedo range. You've already fired fucking torpedoes at me. Son of a bitch. And I can't even detect them yet. Alright, there we go. So... I don't think this is going to work. Would the God damn it, camera. Would you fucking not keep turning around all over the place? Let's have you sort of shift out a little bit. And let's have you shift in a little bit like that. Alright, then we got more of these things coming over here. So let's have you... Motherfucker. How many torpedoes do you guys have left? A lot, apparently. I mean, so why is it that when I choose to fight, I start further away than when I choose to run away? That seems kind of dumb. Now, at some point, you guys are going to run out of... Would you please let me fucking select you? Thank you. Here, shoot that guy. Just shoot into their cluster of ships. There you go. Have some of that. How do you like that? Oh, this is gonna be a little bit troublesome. Let's have you start veering back out again, because you got to dodge those torpedoes. And you need to kind of... That's a lot of fucking torpedoes there. Motherfucker. And you guys are doing all right there. Alright. So we've managed to dodge all these fucking torpedoes. Alright. You still have torpedoes left. You guys all still have torpedoes left. And apparently they're all shooting at this one cruiser. Oh, come on! Really? Fucking goddamn really? Come on! The fuck hit you? The fucking 5.5-inch gun blasted my front end and flooded a third of my ship. Really? It hit me in the aft, so you hit me in the back of the ship, but you blew out the front of the ship. That's fucking stupid. That's really fucking stupid. If you hit me in the back, then the back of the ship should be damaged, and not the fucking front of the ship. Holy crap. Alright. Let's start regrouping you guys back to... I really want to take out the ships a little bit better. Because now I've got to go cover this guy who's getting his ass kicked. I mean, unless I start... Maybe I can get the ships to all start following 71s. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try and get... Please click on the shit that I'm clicking on. Alright, now hopefully you guys are going to start kind of coming together a little bit. Actually, you're hurt enough. You just need to get the fuck out of there. Well, let's turn around and try and... Oh, come on! Quit fucking hitting him! I gotta deal with fucking light cruisers now, too? Jesus Christ. Really? Holy fucking shit. It's like the last thing I wanted to do was deal with all of you motherfuckers. I just wanted to fucking run away. There's nothing you can do to prevent me from conquering your fucking country. There's nothing you can do. You are so fucked. And you're just going to make me waste all this fucking time dealing with your stupid ass. Alright, let's put the secondary guns on. I mean, one of the nice things about grouping, if I can group all you guys together... But then it's going to create another clusterfuck of ships. I mean, because I'd like to have you guys all fire at the same fucking target. That'd be really sexy. That would be just fucking incredible to have you all shoot at the same motherfucking target. But I'm so close. I'm gonna have to play dodge the fucking torpedo the whole time. Meanwhile, you need to go more. You're only going 16 knots. I mean, your secondaries are actually hitting all right. Fine, we'll just leave you how you are.
Went outside for a few minutes.
Oh my fucking god! What the hell? Don't cluster up! Jesus Christ! Don't fucking cluster up like that and get shot at! What the fuck? No! Don't be so fucking goddamn I don't want to have to micromanage every motherfucking ship. I really don't. I don't want to have to manually control every fucking ship. I just want you to be in a roughly line and shoot at the enemy ships while you run away. Holy shit. I don't want to work that hard. I'm retreating. I don't want to have to try hard just to fucking retreat. Holy crap. You don't have to be so fucking close to each other. I wish there was a way I could just put them in a line with... Oh my god, and then another one got fucking hit. I'm gonna have to fight it out with all these goddamn ships because I can't get them to not be fucking retarded. I don't want to work this hard while I'm running away. This is like the opposite of what I want to do. I just want to run the fuck away because I'm fucking faster than you. I don't want to be in this protracted engagement. Here, shoot at that guy and get some, like, cluster hits, maybe. Holy fucking shit. What a giant pain in my ass this is. And, you know, if I could just open and close... Is it coming? Alright, let's go see what... If I could open and close the tabs without having to group everybody the fuck together... then it might be, I might be slightly... Holy shit, that's big. That thing's fucking huge. And it's got a bunch of, like, little ships around it? What the hell? What are those little things around it? It looks like it's got a big battleship with a bunch of little cruisers around it. Alright, let's see what you're going to do with that thing. Yeah, that's just gonna blow all that stuff up. That's pretty cool. I guess it's just shooting at all those little tiny units down there. And then you just teleported. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that ship is gigantic. Well, that just made a big mess. That's pretty cool. Alright, let me get back to trying to run away. But that is pretty cool. You know, if I could group ships up and then open the tabs back up so I could see them, that might make me slightly less pissed off. But I don't want to fight this hard against a secondary nation that I'm fucking conquering. I mean, unless I group these guys together, I could form a... Really? Did it mess up the... I don't know why this has to be so fucking laggy. Alright, then we'll take these two ships and break them out. Alright. Alright, there I got it. Jesus Christ, that was so much more trouble than it needed to be. What the fuck? That was a lot more trouble than it needed to be. That was just total bullshit. Alright, let's go murder this light cruiser. So there's just one less enemy light cruiser. Oh my god, it's been... I mean, I wasted like a fucking hour trying to run away from what should have been like 5 minutes. I wasted a whole fucking hour of my life that I'm not going to get back just for that bullshit. Now, if it's like bad weather and we stumble into each other, sure, I can understand. But in clear fucking weather, I should be able to start the engagement really the fuck far away because I can see their smoke in the distance or some shit like that. And there is absolutely no excuse for that bullshit. And I know they just do that to give some randomness to the game and make it harder than it needs to be. But that's like the opposite of fun. You know, we play games because they're fun. This is still a fun game, but you guys are trying really, really hard to make it not fun. And, you know, if there were any other game out there that even vaguely did what Ultimate Admirals did, I would bail from this game so fucking fast. There's so many things I think they could have done better. But, you know, this is what we got. And I'm happy for it. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy for it, but holy crap, they did some really dumb things.
Yeah, went outside a little bit ago because started hearing, like, past couple hours, hearing like what sounded like chainsaws running and like a truck or some kind of equipment running, and
the groundhogs are getting their revenge.
No, basically what it is, in the one pasture back behind the house,
right?
Or the owners of that pasture,
where they're trying to sell, or they're trying to sell that. Did they actually already sell it, or are they trying to sell it?
I couldn't tell you. It might be they've already sold it. I mean, went up to that planning board meeting and went over the development they were going to try to put in there, and got up and said my piece. Developers said, yeah, no problem. We can, you know, for reasons you quoted, you know, legal reasons and kids trying to sneak up the woods and like that, said, be more than happy to put up a privacy fence running along the common boundary.
Right.
But then, because they didn't have plan they presented, their access road was going to be tying into that HOA with private roads, and HOAs.
Right, they got shot down.
They got shot down, but it looks like this morning they're back in here behind the house, starting to clear out brush and trees and like that for getting access for like starting construction on one road, hooking up with that other subdivision, and maybe going ahead and getting in there, put in privacy fence and such. I'm like, I don't know if they changed the plan and went back, and maybe the board of commissioners for the town said, you know, overrode the planning board's recommendation.
Hold on a minute, Mitchell. So once again, the game fucked me. It's like, oh, you know, they're terrorists. Go conquer this territory. Yes, I want to conquer the territory. And it's like, oh, we're not going to do anything. Yeah. You fucking son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Maybe the town board of commissioners overrode the planning board's recommendation and went ahead and okayed it, although I can't find anything on the website about it. Or else they're maybe just going back in there and clearing stuff out of the way for eventually, you know, changing their plans a little bit and finally getting approval to build that development. Just might be they're just going ahead and clearing all the trash and brush out of the way, so if they eventually do get approval, they can
pursue it. Yeah.
Or they just might be doing preliminary work. It might also be, you know, well, I doubt they'd be going to the trouble putting up the privacy fence if they hadn't got approval for the entire development yet. But
oh my fucking God.
It's either development company coming in there and clearing it out already, or else it's basically, you know, the family that owns it, if the sale hadn't went through, going through and just, you know, cleaning things out themselves there.
Yeah. So this fucking invasion, they keep changing how many tons I need. And so now I don't have enough tonnage here anymore, which I did previously. Now I'm 13,000 tons short. And then And here I've got too many. I mean, not by a lot, but that's gonna take fucking forever to get down there. These son of a... God damn. You motherfuckers. This is gonna be a real pain in my ass. Like, all of this is just a pain in my ass. Are these marauders ready? What the fuck are you doing mothballed? Get your ass out of mothball, you son of a bitch. Don't be fucking mothballed, goddammit. Put some fucking people in that ship. Alright, so those are going to get commissioned. Then I need to figure out how to get some more crew onto this guy. What a fucking pain in my ass. Alright, so somewhere I've got some battleships, some assault ships just hanging out. That I don't need you guys to have so many crew, so we're gonna... And then we're going to go fill you up with people. And I can't set the crew on you because now you're already goddamn commissioning. You don't have enough fucking crew, you son of a bitch. Alright. Let's go put these guys back. Alright, so at least that's going to get these guys out of there. Alright, it's almost noon. I gotta wrap this up, guys. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I gotta start getting ready. I didn't plan on playing this long, but I didn't plan on that fucking shit show of a retreat to take a goddamn hour either. So I'm going to call it a day. I'm probably going to be back tonight for Mech Warrior. And thanks for hanging out. You know, sorry I get grumpy at stupid shit. I just have this... You know, I find that the older I get, the less tolerance I have for just blatant incompetence. And...
Join the club.
Yeah, I just... You know, I just can't stand blatant incompetence. And there's a lot of incompetence in this world. And unfortunately, we have to all do our part to protect ourselves from just the stupidity of others. And, you know, never underestimate the danger caused by highly motivated, stupid people. Who are also very arrogant. And,
yeah. Like the old saying, never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you to death with stupidity.
There's a great... See, See if I can figure out where I have this at. I have a really good quote somewhere. So here's the quote I found online. When you're dead, you don't know you're dead. The pain is felt by others. The same thing happens when you're stupid.
Yep.
So, alright. Anyway, I will catch everybody later. And, man, I really don't want to deal with game day traffic today, but I've got to. So, I'll be on tonight for Mech Warrior, probably. And I will see you guys then. Slav, thanks for sharing some of the game that you're doing. That was pretty cool. And I will catch everybody next time.
Okay, try to have a good day.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right. All right, good night.